Good evening, everyone. I know it's a scorcher outside, extremely hot today. So thank you for coming. I want to welcome you to the regular board meeting for Adelanto Elementary School District. Today is Tuesday, June the 25th, 2024. This meeting is being called to order at 5:30. Roll call, Ms. LeVey.
Madam President, I do want to announce that Trustee Soto will be joining us via teleconference. Just as a reminder that all votes must be done by roll call. I'll go ahead and I'll take roll call. Trustee Stewart, not here, she's actually absent. Trustee Turner?
Turner, present.
Trustee Soto? Trustee Webster?
Webster, present.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French present. The quorum has been established. Section 1.04, Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please stand and place your right hand over your heart? Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Section 2, adoption of the agenda. Ms. LeVey, do we have any proposed additions, deletions, and adjustments in the order of business?
Madam President, I actually do. We're going to be pulling item 12.26. This item will be tabled for the July 16th board meeting. The next item is on item 12.58, the change in part-time assignment. It should read paraprofessional to 180 days, 6 hours, range 3, step 21. It should not be 3 hours. And then for item 12.61, working in more than one bargaining position, the work location should read as Eagle Ranch and not special education. And that should do it.
Thank you. Adoption of the agenda. Trustees, can I get a motion, please, to adopt the agenda with those changes?
Trustee Webster, I motion to adopt with the changes to 12.26, 12.61, and 12.58.
Trustee Turner, I second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto? Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Motion passed. Moving on to section 3, cabinet reports with Dr. Albert.
Thank you and good evening, esteemed members of the board. I'm pleased to provide a brief update of recent milestones within our district. Recently, I had the pleasure of visiting our dynamic summer school program where our dedicated educators and enthusiastic students have been engaged in enriching activities. Notably, our students had the invaluable opportunity to explore some field trips, including the historical Calico Mines during engaging field trip opportunities. Today also marked a monumentous occasion as we celebrated the completion of our long-awaited pool project with the successful ribbon-cutting ceremony. It was a joyous event highlighting not only the achievements of your vision, but also the spirit of collaboration and community support that made it possible. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to everyone who contributed to making this project and ceremony a resounding success, from our dedicated maintenance and operation team to our hardworking vendor partners. Your tireless efforts ensured every detail was meticulously attended to. Special thanks also go out to our esteemed board members for their guidance and unwavering support throughout this journey. This ceremony not only symbolizes the opening of a new facility, but also underscores our commitment to providing exceptional opportunities to our students and community members alike. It is a testimony to what we can accomplish together when we work together with a shared vision and determination. In closing, I draw inspiration from the words of Walt Disney: "All dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them." Together, we have shown that with determination and collaboration, we can achieve remarkable things for the future of our district. Want to thank you, and that concludes my superintendent report, and like to extend it to Dr. Dwyzon from Educational Services.
Good evening, President LaFrench, Board of Trustees, AESD staff, and community. I'd like to share some highlights on behalf of Academic Services. So our Academic Services team is busy preparing for the new year, making sure we have books, materials, monitoring class sizes, planning professional development, and updating our procedures and protocols in areas that we all oversee. I want to thank them for their work to make sure it's a lot to get ready for the new year for kids to come back on the first day. We have a few highlights from our summer school program. So teachers have worked with their students to master grade level standards and prepare them for a successful start to the new year in their new grade levels when they return in the fall. All schools went on their Calico field trips and had a great time. Columbia hosted a STEAM museum for students, and the students were so excited, they gave rave reviews, and they highly recommend this assembly for future assemblies, so they wanted to make sure we knew that. Melva Davis and West Creek hosted an assembly on That Science for our students in ESY. Gus Franklin and Westside Park hosted a Drum Perks interactive assembly for students, and the fire department came out to Gus Franklin to work with students on fire safety and show them the fire truck. So as we wind down for summer school this week and ESY next week on July 3rd, I want to thank all of our staff who have helped to contribute to a beautiful and productive summer session. I wish everyone a wonderful summer of rest and relaxation.
Thank you, Dr. Dwyzon. Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, community members. It's a pleasure to serve our district. I have a couple of updates I'd love to share. I want to, again, to reiterate my thanks to those who could attend our pool ribbon cutting ceremony earlier today. Thank you to our contractors, CPM, and our architects, PP Gay, for making our pool a reality. Thank you to our M&O manager, Richard, and our purchasing technician, Lori, for staying on top of the project. I truly appreciate your hard work and dedication to our district and our board's vision. Additionally, I want to thank Mayor Reyes, Councilmember Mesa, as well as community member and former board member Ms. Glasper for attending our ceremony. We appreciate your support and look forward to our continued success in building our Adelanto community. Last week, I had the pleasure of attending the California Charter Authorizer Professional Conference in Irvine. It was great connecting with other charter authorizers and listening to their perspective on their processes, as well as building their relationships. Additionally, I received excellent information on how to improve our processes as a charter authorizing following AB 1505, which streamlines the charter renewal process. Again, on our agenda today is our approval for our 24-25 adopted budget. I want to recognize our fiscal director, Zachary Clemish, and our fiscal team for all of their hard work in preparing our adopted budget. I truly appreciate all of you. As always, we are continuously monitoring the budget and the state's position. Last week, the governor and the legislators, leaders reached an agreement to bridge the state budget deficit by dipping into reserves and reducing state spending on programs to address the revenue gaps. Most of the cuts do not directly impact education, however, will affect education. As most of the agreement language is released and discussed, we will keep you updated and informed. As always, thank you, and it is a pleasure serving our district.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. And that concludes our cabinet reports.
Thank you. Moving right along to staff reports and presentations. Dr. Albert.
Thank you so much. So we would like to invite up for the academic services, our LCAP presentation with Dr. Dwyzon and Dr. Ochoa.
Good evening, President Love French, Board of Trustees, AESD staff, and community. This evening, Dr. Ochoa and I will share the Adelanto Elementary School District Local Control and Accountability Plan, or LCAP, draft for the 2024-2027 school years. You have a binder of the LCAP draft tabbed in front of you with a few handouts that will go along with the presentation in the front pocket. The LCAP was designed as a tool for local education agencies to set goals, plan actions, and leverage resources to meet those goals to improve student outcomes that address state and regional priorities to address the needs of foster youth, English learners, and low-income students. In our LCAP plan, you will find the needs of all student groups represented, as this plan will drive our direction and focus for the next 3 years. The plan's core is a 3-year plan that is updated mid-year and annually based on the needs of our school community. This evening, we bring an extensive and collective voice from our school community in which a solid plan has been created to keep moving forward in a positive direction. For the past 2 years, we have significantly increased parent engagement forums to specifically address LCAP all year long, and it is addressed in all parent group meetings. You may notice that the format and the layout of the LCAP are different and more specific this year due to additions in the template, such as adding equity multipliers. Those have to be out in the plan. And the plan is aligned to state and county requirements. We have worked closely with our county partners on this plan. So the agenda this evening is to present our LCAP 24-27. And the mission states that Adelanto Elementary School is to prepare every student for success in high school, college, career, and the 21st global community. This plan is focused on the success of our students. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Ochoa, our Director of State and Federal Programs.
Good evening. AESD has carefully considered how to reflect the services and related expenses for our basic instructional program in relationship to the state standards. We have aligned our instructional program to the California State Priorities 1 through 8, and it is reflected in our LCAP draft presented today. We have generated 3 district goals utilizing the California State Priorities as the standard of success. Our goals include data-driven decisions, metrics in which to measure and monitor progress, a title, a description, and preliminary funding amounts. For your convenience, we have identified the state priorities 1 through 8 for each goal slideshow. Here we have Priority 1, Basic Teacher Instructional Materials. Priority 2, Implementation of State Standards. Priority 3, Parent and Family Engagement. Priority 4, Student Achievement. Priority 5, Student Engagement. Priority 6, Local Climate Survey. Priority 7, Access to Broad Course of Study. And Priority 8, Pupil Outcomes. Prior to sharing our goals, I would like to celebrate meeting the 3 local indicators displayed here on slide 5. We did meet the basic teacher instructional materials facilities, parents and family engagement, as well as local climate surveys. So we'd like to take a moment to celebrate meeting those 3 specific priorities. As we move to District Goal 1, the Academic Service Division engaged with our educational partners, with our school community, to develop a plan to address all student groups that have the lowest performance level on 1 or more state indicators on the dashboard. During the 23-24 school year, we have engaged with our educational partners through various district meetings that include the LCAP, Local Control Accountability Plan Committee, DAC, District Advisory Committee, District English Learner Advisory Committee, SELPA, Special Education Local Planned Area. In addition, we distributed several surveys throughout the school year, including the LCAP survey, Title I survey, as well as the AESD Education Professional Development Survey. District goal number 1 is as follows. Student achievement. Student achievement will increase in English language arts, math, science, and social studies history, with the focus on closing the achievement gap for struggling students. This goal will address Priority 1, Priority 4, Priority 7, and Priority 8. The AESD carried out a data analysis inquiry cycle using various metrics to be included in Goal 1. Here, on this slide, we will take a look at California Science Tests, ELA CASP points below standard, Math CASP points below standard, English Language Proficiency Indicator, otherwise known as LP, percentage of English learner students making progress towards English language proficiency, local English learner reclassification rate, percentage of EL and LTAL students reclassifying, and for the first year, iReady assessments in ELA and mathematics. So the subsequent slides will be utilizing these forms of metrics in order to address and monitor throughout the year. So this slide includes metrics, a baseline, which is our current scores, and a target for the 3-year outcome. So again, the first column is the metric number, second column metrics in terms of the type of assessment that will be used in order to address and monitor our goals throughout, the baseline, and our specific target. As a district, we analyzed the baseline scores of 22-23 and determined a 3-year outcome. This process was carried out at each school, but most specifically with the CSI schools, otherwise known as Adelanto, West Creek, West Side, Columbia, and Mesa Linda, in addition to the equity multiplier recipients. The following slides give you an overview of the metric, the baseline, and the 3 targets. Are we good? This slide will show and include metrics as the AESD's district scores. Schools with student groups that have the lowest performance level on one or more indicators on the dashboard, and the equity multiplier school scores. General overview of an equity multiplier, which is new this school year. Equity multiplier schools, per the description of California Department of Education website, the local control funding formula, equity multiplier provides additional funding to local educational agencies for allocation to school sites with prior year non-stability rates greater than 25% and prior year socioeconomically disadvantaged pupil rates greater than 70%. On the pocket of your binder, you will see a form that looks like this. And we have identified your CSI schools as well as your equity multiplier schools. In addition to that, we have another handout in which it'll tell you the allocation for the CSI schools as well as the allocations for the equity multiplier schools. This is the first year the LCAP has encompassed a goal for each equity multiplier, utilizing the resources that have been allocated in the last column here. Based on the eligibility criteria, 7 schools were identified. Each school engaged with their educational partners within their school community to develop a plan. All student groups that have the lowest performance level on one or more state indicators on the dashboard are included in their plan. Any underlying issues in credentialing, subject matter preparation, and retention of school educators is applicable. The EM schools are as followed: Adelanto Elementary, Braddock, Tedvick, West Creek, Columbia, Mesa Linda, as well as our Adelanto virtual school. The goals and action plan for the Equity Multiplier school sites can be found in your binder beginning on pages 77 to 111. This includes goals 4 through 10. So in years past, we've had 3 goals as a district. However, with the addition of the equity multiplier, we need to have 1 goal per equity multiplier, so that is totaling 10 goals as a district. Within the LCAP binder pocket is a list of the equity multiplier schools with their budgets, and the budgets are included in our LCAP today. On the subsequent slide, middle school, these are the equity multipliers for ELA CASP. That includes Columbia and Mesa Linda. Next slide includes the baseline for the Equity Multiplier Virtual Academy in ELA. The next slide is the district level student groups that have the lowest performance level on 1 or more state indicators on the dashboard. As you can see, the area is English learner, foster youth, homeless, African American, Hispanic, and socially economically disadvantaged students. On the subsequent slide, we have district level math, schools with student groups that have the lowest performance level on 1 or more state indicator on the dashboard. You will see that we've created several different columns. The 3rd column is the baseline, and the 4th column is the baseline with the 3-year goals for the 3rd column. The 5th column is the baseline for those particular schools, and the last column is the 3rd-year goal. I need a tissue. District map on the subsequent goal. Schools with student groups that have the lowest performance level on 1 or more state indicators on the dashboard. My apologies, I am sick. This includes Mesa Linda as well as Columbia Middle School. This is in the area of points below standards. As we look forward, the next is math CAP scores for Adelanto Virtual. Again, an equity multiplier school. LCAP 1 metrics, in addition to our CAP scores, we're also looking at LP, English literacy. Local English learner reclassification rates, and the iReady for language arts as well as mathematics. Again, the iReady is a baseline year. So once we have baseline information in the course of the fall, that would subsequently help us, guide us in the 3rd year data outcome. As a result of this comprehensive analysis of data, in continuing to work with our stakeholders, we've generated 8 different actions. Each action is identified as 1.1 through 1.8. Class size reduction, supplemental technology, instructional jumpstart, professional development, instructional leadership, that includes all facets of the program of the district. Library and media access, school innovation, and English learner student achievement. As you can see, each title has a description, and each title description will be measured by the metrics. And so within the description are the metrics in which we will be monitoring throughout this process. The last column is the preliminary total funds for each allocation. Dr. Dwyson?
Test. So this slide outlines more specific steps that we will follow as a district to bring our LCAP Goal 1 to fruition. So we will increase student achievement in our LCAP Goal 1. For example, some of the steps include, I'm not going to read all of them, but implementing a robust literacy and math program. This includes early literacy, later literacy, and math. So making sure all lessons are standards-based, providing a world-class professional development opportunities for our teachers, MTSS systems to differentiate learning, instructional coaching for all staff, and aligning all of the school plans or SIPSs to the LCAP. Next year, all schools will be focused on math, literacy, and writing across all disciplines. This also speaks to our future work as we clearly define what it means to be a successful student learner here in our district. What do we want every student to know and leave AESD knowing when they leave? A step further is the creation of individual student plans so that all students see their successful pathway for themselves.
So as we carry on, we're going to be able to look at Goal 2, Climate and Culture. The AESD carried out the inquiry cycle of data analysis using various metrics to include local average daily attendance rates, chronic absenteeism rate, suspension rate, California Data Quest expulsion rates, and middle school dropouts. The goal reads as follows: provide every student with specific academic, behavioral, social, emotional, mental, and physical health supports to meet their individual needs, especially English learners, students with disability, foster youth, homeless youth, African American students, and other student groups whose outcomes indicate the greatest need to that all students can remain fully engaged in school and access core instruction. The two priorities are Priority 5, pupil engagement, Priority 6, school climate. We want to accentuate today the attendance. In the prior year, AESD received district assistance in the area of attendance and chronic absenteeism. In the 23-24, the district attendance rate was recognized by the San Bernardino County, increasing by 5%. That had not been accomplished by many, if not just AESD, so we're very proud of that. As a result, AESD is no longer considered a recipient of the District Assistance Program for Attendance and Chronic Absenteeism. However, AESD will continue to strive forward by increasing our overall attendance to 96.4%. The next slide will represent the district results for chronic absenteeism. Our goal for the total, 28.5. Our goals for K through 5 are 18.5, lowering this amount. We have specific groups: all, LI, EL, FY, HY, Asian, and FI. These are the specific groups that are needing our attention, so to speak. They're in the red areas for our chronic absenteeisms. Our next goal is chronic absenteeism rates for the California dashboard. These are specific schools that have specific student groups that are have high levels of chronic absenteeism rates, and they are specific to generating our goal 2. Student groups that have the lowest performance level on one or more state indicators on the dashboard are indicated here and become our primary focus. In addition, chronic absenteeism on the subsequent side includes Columbia, Malva Davis, and Miss Alinda. Columbia and Miss Alinda are equity multipliers and are receiving additional resources in order to address this specific need. Subsequent level or slide, suspension rates. Our overall suspension rate for 22-23 is 9%, and our outcome is to decrease it to 4%. This is a streamline of all student groups that have the lowest performance level on one or more state indicators in the area of suspension rates. On the next slide, you will see suspension rates for the California dashboard, Adelanto Elementary, Braddock, Eagle Ranch, and Gus Franklin, in addition to Morgan, Victoria, West Creek, and West Side. Again, this represents the lowest performance level on this specific metric. Subsequent is suspension rates for California dashboard district level. And again, we do see Columbia and Mesa Linda as our equity multipliers, representing all student groups as well as the lowest performance level. A celebratory opportunity presents us in this particular slide. Metric 2.4, California Data Quest expulsion rate, indicates we have a 0% expulsion rate. That's something to celebrate. Our goal is to continue to maintain that while continuing to employ restorative practices. In addition to that, California Data Quest middle school dropout rate is at 0% as well, and we'd like to continue to maintain that. Specific to Goal 2, we have 9 different actions. We have a title for foster youth services, music and art, mental health and social emotional counseling, attendance and engagement, physical wellness, social emotional learning, transportation services, counseling, and engaging electives. Each will be measured by the metrics dated earlier, and each will have the identification of a specific student group in which to serve. Allocations for preliminary totals are on the last column.
So this slide demonstrates real action steps of how we will work together to wrap our arms around our students and make sure that all of our schools are safe and welcoming environments. Social emotional lessons daily, strengthening PBIS, utilizing restorative practices, intervening early, celebrating successes and creating a culture of joy, increasing family and community engagement, and creating individualized behavior support plans or support plans as needed, and data-driven decision-making.
District Goal 3. This is the goal that's closest to my heart. Parents, family, and community engagement. Local attendance rates of parent participation, promoting parental participation for the unduplicated student is represented in this particular goal. Local parent surveys, local attendance rates of bilingual parent participation for the unduplicated student group. The goal reads as follows: parents, families, and community stakeholders will be informed, engaged, and empowered as partners with the Adelanto Elementary School District to support student learning and improve student outcome. This addresses Priority 3, Priority 5, and Priority 6. As we reflect on the inquiry cycle, in the year 21-22, we had 11 parent volunteers. In 23-24, we had 523 volunteers. That is a huge increase. In 2019-2020, we had parent attendance at 451 parents attending. In 23-24, our parent attendance increased to 1,980 parents. Our goal is to continue to maintain these type of numbers and increase them by 50%, 60%, because we understand that investing in our parents is an investment in our students. The local attendance rate will be increased from 652 to 3,000. Our local parent survey will wait till we create that baseline in the fall in order for us to continue to create a target. And where local attendance rates for bilingual parent participation, we're going to create that baseline in the fall and then create those outcomes. But as stated before, parent volunteers at 11, increasing to 523. parent attendance in workshops increasing from 451 to 1,980. The actions are as followed: 3.1 family engagement, 3.2 communication, and 3.3 bilingual education. The preliminary total funds are on the last column.
So this final slide shows how we will continue to increase our parent and community engagement. Specifically, just a few: establish effective and frequent communication, such as we did with the establishment of Parent Square, and be visible before, during, after school, where our parents are at. Offer parent classes and workshops, develop volunteer opportunities for parents, demonstrate cultural competence, events at schools, building connections and relationships with our parents and students, conducting recognition and appreciation celebrations, and continue to offer family engagement programs on site, such as our PK program, which was very well received. So this concludes our LCAP presentation this evening. We're excited about the alignment we are building among all of our schools, starting with the LCAP and then to the sites through their school plans. The increased oversight and monitoring and implementation of district-wide data protocols will allow us to see that success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that, and I'm sorry that you're sick. It's so hot outside, but thank you for coming and doing your presentation. I just wanted to say that PFCE, Parent, Family, and Community Engagement, is also close to my heart as well.
Thank you.
And to hear about the volunteers going from such a large leap lets us know how our parents are involved and want to be involved in their children's lives, their education. Board members, does anyone have any questions? Thank you for your presentation, both. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I have a few. On the slide that goes for local indicators met, you stated that we met the teachers' instructional materials and facilities. I guess I'm having a little confusion on that because it was my understanding that we were semi-understaffed for most of the year. We were still able to meet that goal, though, despite being understaffed?
Yes, because the priority says that we're appropriately assigned and fully credentialed. So they look at misassignments when they're taking this data.
Okay, perfect. The other thing that I had a question on is we've heard a lot of talk about surveys today, specifically like the professional surveys and then the parent surveys. Me being a parent, I was just kind of curious when those were received, as I am unaware of them. And then also, are we able to look at the data for the professional surveys as well to see what our staff had kind of given back to our departments?
So the parent surveys have gone out in various forms. The Title I survey would go to students that are socially economically disadvantaged. Our surveys to all went out in Parent Square, and so you would have access to them in Parent Square. In addition to that, we sent out 3 questions to every parent, and every parent had an opportunity to answer those specific 3 questions. I'm sorry that you didn't have access to them, but I can give you the real-time data.
Okay, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely.
And then as we stand right now, can you tell me the percentage of socially economic students that are affected in our community?
I don't have the exact number in front of me at this point, but I will get that number for you.
Okay, perfect.
The equity multipliers have to meet a 70% tile. So any school that is in the equity multiplier recipient of funds have an SED rate of 70% or higher.
Okay, perfect. Skipping over to climate and culture, are you able to elaborate on what your team plans on kind of doing to enhance our school cultures across our district?
Yes, so specifically adding on to what we had discussed, really a lot of it comes down to making sure that we're following our processes and procedures, making sure we're documenting for students that need help. In analyzing what we're doing, we found a big discrepancy in making sure that we're intervening early and getting those supports to students before it gets too far and before it gets out of hand. So we will be focusing very much so on that, increasing also increasing attendance for ourselves at being at the school sites as well, making sure those procedures are followed, and specifically our teams, making sure they're going out and that they know that those procedures are being followed. When they bring that back, we'll be able to identify what those gaps are. Where do we need additional? We have a phenomenal team of support with our social worker, our counselors. They are very responsive. They get out as soon as they can from one to another. We continue to work to expand those services as well to our schools.
Okay, perfect.
I did want to add to that. Dr. Dwyson implemented a really positive support system for each of our school sites, identifying the average daily attendance rate. And she was very strategic in providing hard fact data, and she monitored that throughout the year. And that is one of the reasons why our increase of attendance went up to 5%. She won't say that, but I'll say that for her.
Okay, thank you about that. More specifically, I was kind of trying to touch base are we going to have like a site incentive? Are we going to try to incentivize our employees to incentivize those students to come more as well?
Yes, so this past year we had an attendance incentive program. I want to thank Ms. Gonzalez for supporting and Dr. Albert with that. And so we plan to actually expand that this year and have more district-wide, hey, who can be, they're very competitive, our schools, so we want to keep them going. So we'll have those throughout, and I look forward to bringing, I don't have the calendar or the schedule as of yet, but I can bring that back to you when it's complete.
Okay, perfect.
In addition to that, the equity multipliers have an emphasis on attendance as well. And they've allocated certain amounts of money to producing a higher rate of attendance.
I understand. I was once again looking for what are we doing? I understand that we have processes in effect, but are we launching a district-wide plan? Are we giving some form of incentive? Like what in that matter?
So exactly when each of the schools are creating their SIPSA, part of the SIPSA is the climate and culture. And each school has looked at their data and they're monitoring their data throughout and creating incentives, creating programs that promote a positive atmosphere, giving opportunity for students to participate in movie nights, something that celebrates their presence. One of the most important things that we recognize is knowing our students, knowing what they're facing, and knowing how to provide equitable services. And so as we were doing that, we were unfolding different processes for each of the school sites. So as a district, we have a plan, but at each school site, they have their specific plan to carry it out.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Moving on. Here it says we have 3 social workers that will provide the social emotional preventions. Does your team have confidence that the 3 social workers will be enough to oversee all of our students throughout our district?
So we are continuously looking to add where we can. We do have serious need for our social workers in our community. When I tell you they're very responsive, they're very responsive. And they, in a day, they can be at multiple campuses because of the need. So we're always looking for ways in which to enhance that. Another way we're also looking at is internships with our local college to make sure that we can bring in additional people to help us.
Okay. Perfect. And then in the upcoming year, it says offer family engagement programs on site. Do we have an idea of what that will look like?
So we will be bringing back our PK program. It was very well attended this year. We're also going to look at a few. I know also our special education department is working on a series of classes for our special ed parents this year. We're really excited about that. So we're still in the midst of developing which other ones, but we do have a plan. So PK, we know for sure, in our special ed, we have those on the books already.
Perfect. Thank you, ladies.
Okay, before I turn it over to Trustee Turner, I have a question. Dr. DeWison, can you elaborate on, remember when we had the grant from Kaiser on how that will help support us?
Absolutely. That's a telehealth type of a service. So what happens is any of our staff are, and mostly what's trained is our central staff that goes out, our counselors, our social worker. So what happens is they get a need from a student, they'll be able to assist the family. That family will be able to get direct counseling. Either at first they start over the phone or through video. And then if there's a greater need, then those students would be referred and the families would be referred. So there's multiple levels. There's a student by themselves, students with their parent, and there's also a family type of component as well. So it's 3 different levels that our students would have access to with that grant.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Trustee Turner.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Some of my questions were answered. Trustee Webster asked some of my questions. In regards to the individual student plans, and that's something, Dr. DeWison, that we've been talking about over the years, when do you plan to implement that and how will it look?
So we are working within our cabinet. We're actually looking at, it's a couple steps. So the first step is, I alluded to that question is here, what do we want every student to leave our district knowing? Right? So once you start there, and we have identified as a full community what that is and what that looks like, what is our students, what are they going to need in order to be successful, we can take that along with our standards, pull it together, and we're going to be starting to draft that as soon as we can, because that has been in the works for some time, but when we roll that out, we want to make sure that we roll it right and that it has the inclusive voices of all of our partners.
Thank you, Dr. DeWison. And my next question is, analyze data to driven instruction, and I'll add benchmark assessments into that. How often is data looked at to determine where our children are? Or, because what I'm saying is, and I know that your department worked hard in doing that, how often do you look at that data and devise a plan for individuals, for students that are failing?
That's a very good question. So last year, I do want to thank the board. We were able to switch over to iReady. So we started iReady mid-year, and then already this last year, we were able to have a mid-year and an end of year to determine that growth. So we're going to take that information and we're going to look at it longitudinally. Also, that data, we work with the county. So now that we're in iReady, we feed into this county-wide database system where they can analyze, compare us with other districts. How are we moving? Are we moving fast enough? So you have that high-level data. Additionally, last year we've created what are called roundtables. We required every school administrator to come into my office with my team, and we looked at every single piece of data that you have. What are you doing about it? How can we support you? How can we move forward? This next year, we're adding a layer to that in which we're requiring our principals to now have those discussions with their teachers. And then another layer after that is teachers with students. So it's going to be a 4-level this coming year of what you will see of data analyzation.
And when will that be I would like to get that information, do a board presentation on the data and where our children stand and their growth.
Absolutely. The official test scores, as far as state testing, I will present those when they're able to be presented. But the benchmark data from the iReady, I can absolutely do that. Additionally, working with our cabinet team to establish a dashboard in which just at the click of a button, the principal can open it and you have all your data right there. So we are working diligently, and I would be happy to bring those back for presentation.
Okay, great. And how often do you do assessments? Did you say once a year, twice a year?
3 times.
Three
So
times.
3 times major, but actually that's a little misleading because you can do those. It's also a progress monitoring system within that. So let's say students are really being analyzed closely and they need additional, then what you would do is, let's say it's every 6 weeks or 8 weeks. You don't want to overdo it, but at the same time, we have to know if the intervention that we're putting in
Exactly.
place is working.
Right, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you. My next question is, establish a student-centered learning culture. We pretty much went over that. But how, I hear surveys for parents, I hear surveys for administrators. Are students given survey? I think that was my question the last time. And on those surveys, what are you hearing from our students?
So I'm going to have Dr. Ochoa answer that one.
So we had asked each of the school sites to participate in a form of surveying their students. And so while these students were participating in school site council or ELAC or any other form of advisory committee, then that's when they were giving us feedback. We did not specifically send surveys directly to students. We had them embedded in that community process within their system. Each school site demonstrated a specific need based on whether they were equity multiplier, CSI, or whether they had Title I services. And so that is how we incorporated that process. Because we are not a unified school district with high schools participating, we do not have students holding positions in specific advisory committees. And so we embedded that in their process, but they do not hold membership.
I understand that, but our students, the student culture, I'm looking at the suspension rates amongst our students. To find out what they would like to see at their schools is important to me. They don't hold positions, but at the same time, we need to get them engaged. And if they're happy to come to school, then they'll do better in the classroom and the discipline will go down. So my question is, have we talked to the students about what they want to see at their school site?
So I do want to add, we did give this year, it's called the Healthy Kids Survey. We gave those to 5th graders and 7th graders. I did not bring the results with me, but I can get you a copy of those results. And they ask, how do you feel about your school? Do you feel safe? Do you feel like you're supported? Those type of questions are looked at and analyzed, and I would be happy to bring that back. We actually just are starting to get the results of that because we gave it late spring.
Okay. Does it say what type of additional activities or
I
programs
would
would
have
you like to
to-
see at their school?
I would definitely have to look at that to see, but if not, Trustee Turner, we can easily put that in place and ask that, even as a beginning of the year opener. Like, what is it that you'd like to see this year to help you?
Esports.
Okay. I think that's all I have. A lot of questions have already been answered. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Madam President, I just want to remind you, we have Trustee Soto on Zoom as well.
Trustee Soto, do you have anything you'd like to add? I'm sorry. Yes, I was. Thank you, Trustee Soto. Moving right along to Section 5. Closed session declarations will be taking items 5.02 through 5.06 in the closed session. Section 6, public testimony before closed session. The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point, one second, take my glasses on and off, on and off. The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or answer questions. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on closed session agenda items only must complete and submit an AESD speaker request form 5 minutes before the meeting is called to order. Public comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comment, and although the Board of Trustees cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, the Board of Trustees listen carefully and appreciate input from the public. Additionally, a public speaker can be cut off for exceeding the allotted time or for willfully causing an actual disruption to the meeting. Before cutting a person off or removing someone, the board will give at least one clear warning. If you were cut off or warned last time, please consider that your warning. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each closed session agenda items. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentations depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Ms. LeVay, do we have anyone from ADTA wishing to speak?
Yes, actually, Jason Turkers will be representing CSEA this evening.
ADTA? Or which one?
Sorry, I don't
ADTA?
have, actually, Jen, I'm sorry, Jen. Please, if you can come up.
I didn't know. If it was
Sorry about that.
Jen or her lovely grandson?
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to check in. I had the little tyke. Okay, good evening, board. Good evening, cabinet, Madam President, members of the audience, and anyone listening on YouTube. I have to say this, this district's board is as transparent as a brick. I don't appreciate really huge decisions coming through in the summertime when most of the teachers are out on break. It seems like it's on purpose. On the agenda today, and it's new business to approve a new hire. That role that has been vacant, there was no search announced. There was no interview panel. None of us were involved, not CSEA, not I, were involved on any of the interview panels. There were no interview panels. There wasn't even a board discussion about the new business to approve an interim superintendent of HR. And I mean no disrespect, because I know she's in the room. So Dr. Walker, I apologize, but a quick Google search showed us where she came from. She came from Antelope Valley. She was hired in June and dismissed in December. And we have to set the bar higher for our district. We have to do better. Setting the bar higher starts with you. It starts with you expecting a certain quality of person, even in a substitute role. I've never heard of an interim being appointed from outside of the district. It's always been someone from inside. So I barely have my notes. I was so upset, and it's actually mortifying to be a part of this dysfunctional relationship, especially as compared with the collaborative models that I see all around the desert. Victor L. and Victor High School District and Apple Valley and Snowline. They all have true transparency, and they seem to have the school's best interest at heart. And I honestly, I'm having a hard time even looking at anyone, because I hear from your mouths that you care about the district and about us and about the teachers, about the students, but I don't see it in your actions. And I mentioned that a couple weeks ago, that when your actions no longer match the reason you're in education in the first place, and you're in education, you may not be teachers, but you're in education, then it's time to rethink your role in education. Let someone take your place who maybe does have a fresh and clear why that aligns with their decisions. Again, I mean no disrespect, but who does she know? Who does she know in our district? Who is her in that she is able to come in out of nowhere, out of the clear blue sky, and it's a business item today. It's not we're discussing opening a search. There's no discussion. It's a decision to approve the hire. And honestly, I'm really having a hard time looking at anybody in the eye. I can't even. We need to set the bar higher for all of us, for the teachers. And by setting the bar higher, you expect more from them, and you show them how you value them. And how you value them is what happens at the table, at the bargaining table. And when we're collaborative, and when we also are competitive with other districts, that shows us that you value us, and the bar is set higher. The bar is set higher for new hires that we bring in as teachers. For heaven's sakes, we have 3 levels of panels before we have a SPED director coordinator hired. Where are the levels of interviewing for this role? So set the bar higher for everyone. Set the bar higher for your principals, in having them create a climate that encourages people to work together and doesn't pit people against each other, and doesn't divide the teachers into favorites and who knows what other categories there are. We've got principals who are making real big problems on their campuses. Set the bar higher. Set the bar higher for yourselves. Set the bar higher for everybody. But let's begin by setting the bar high at this point here. Let's not just take another district's rejects. I'm sorry, I don't have very much else to say. Good night.
Z, do we have anyone for CSEA?
Yes, I will now call on Jason Turkhurst.
Good evening, board members, cabinet, members of the audience, and those listening on YouTube. My name is Jason Turkhurst, and I'm a labor relations representative from CSEA, assigned to work with CSEA's Adelanto Chapter 451. Originally, I was going to come tonight and speak to you this evening about a couple items on tonight's agenda that we feel need to be talked about before you make your decisions about them, but additional things have come up, so I'm also going to cover those. As you know, CSEA and the district are still negotiating. Agreements have been reached on most of the issues, but pay and health and welfare benefits are still being negotiated. The district has provided a proposal and has said that it is the best they can offer because there is no more money. And then we get tonight's agenda. And on tonight's agenda, are items 14.04 and 14.05. And these 2 items are brought to you tonight, and they would increase the district's budget by $255,000. That's $255,000 for conferences and travel. You may think that's not a lot of money when compared to the entire district's budget, but what is it when you're looking at classified employees? This is maybe an additional 1% raise. $255,000 would cover more than a 1% raise for all your classified employees in this district. Or possibly what it would mean is some of your classified employees wouldn't have to pay as much out of pocket for health and welfare expenses next year. Because at this point right now, today, even with the district's proposal that is on the table, your classified employees that get health and welfare benefits will take home less money every month next year than they did this year. Let's make that clear. Your classified employees who are the lowest paid in this district, if they get health and welfare benefits from this district, will take home less every month next year than they did this year. So it's really disappointing to hear that in negotiations, this is the best we can do, and then see that there is actually more money, but what we want to spend it on is travel and conferences. I guess we know where the priorities for the district are lying at this point. So I'm urging you not to approve those two items this evening. So as previously stated, I thought I was going to be enough to talk to you about that, but then the district strikes again. Today, we are getting phone calls from classified employees throughout the district that the district has started deducting next year's health and welfare insurance costs out of this year's checks. So classified employees and certificated employees are different, and they are paid differently. How they are paid is defined in the California Education Code. Classified employees are paid on the last day of the month. The next paycheck for classified employees is June 30th. The upcoming June 30th paycheck is for the 23-24 school year. So it's the last paycheck for the 23-24 school year, our current school year. The new year starts on July 1st. Their first paycheck for the 24-25 school year is July 31st. But out of this June 30th check for this year, the district is deducting next year's health and welfare benefit increase. Let me be clear. I was a classified employee for 10 years. I've worked for CSEA for more than 15 years. That's 25 years that I've been representing classified employees, mainly in this high desert. I've never seen a district do this before, ever. All the districts just mentioned, some of those I've represented would never do this and have never done this. The district is taking money for next year out of this year's pay. This is wrong for all those classified employees, and that needs to be given back immediately. It's already coming out. The only reason they knew about it, the district never informed anybody, never told any of the members. People went on and started looking at what their paycheck was going to be for next week, and that's where it was noticed. I'm really hoping the district and CSEA can work together, but things need to change, and the district needs to start respecting classified employees and their rights. I really wish I could say that these are the only issues, but they are not. But these are the ones that you needed to hear about tonight, and hopefully you will take action to make things right. Thank you.
Madam President, the board does call for Diane Lynn.
Good evening, Madam President, LaFrench, trustees on Zoom land, YouTube also, and Cabinet, Dr. Albert, everyone here, ADTA, CSEA, and everybody on YouTube. I don't like to go backwards, but I felt I needed to say something about the last board meeting. And my concern was the presentation that Julie Gonzalez presented. And I was upset, couldn't think, shocked about the $9 million having to go back to the state of California. The reason why I was so upset is we stood up here, myself right here in this podium, as well as ADTA, to tell you that our auditors on both sides had found some red flags. And what ADTA found, we also found as well. I came up and I asked the trustees to look into the budget. There was something wrong. We had a big sign up here that said $28 million. What happened? I first said that we were going to be all devastated and hurt by this mismanagement, I'll say. I should have said, what about our students? Aren't we in the market of education? Aren't we supposed to be purchasing books? Aren't we supposed to be getting supplies and materials for our teachers to be able to teach our students? And we're giving back $9 million back to the state? I don't understand this. Apparently, nobody really looked into the budget to see where these red flags were or even asked us what our auditors found. Maybe we wouldn't be in this position if that had been looked into. At home this weekend, I went over the board meeting for tonight, and I also was noticing, 14.05 under Human Resources, a certificated executive management new hire. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I'm always asked to go to these panels. I don't recall being asked. What is this for? Our lowest paying 3-hour classified employee has to go through the application. God forbid if they forget a recommendation because they're excluded from an interview. The lowest to the top have to go through these interviews. Dr. Albert just went through it. Julie Gonzalez just went through it. So I don't understand why we are approving someone to come in without these interviews. I have been here for 26 years, and this has never happened before. What I'm asking for the trustees, I know you're going to vote on this today. I don't think it should be approved myself. I think that this person should go through the hiring practice as we all of us, everyone here, everyone had to go through, as well as our top executives here. Do we really want Adelanto Elementary School District to be known for condoning nepotism? Because in my book, that's what this is, without letting us know, ADTA nor CSCA. I'm sorry for this comments tonight, but that's how I truly feel, and I know the majority of people here, CSCA, ADTA, feel the same way. Thank you.
Madam President, the board calls on Debbie Thomas. And how I'm going to stand up here. Hold on. All right, I got to read fast. Good evening, my name is Debbie Thomas, and I have been teaching in the district for the past 28 years. As a board, you often talk about transparency, although Ms. Rader said, like a brick. And I'd like to ask several questions that I would like all of you to address during the comments at the next board meeting. Ed Code 41372 states that an elementary district should spend 60% of the budget of teacher salaries and benefits toward teacher salaries and benefits. If you do not reach that percentage, you must apply for an exemption with the county. Did the district apply for an exemption for the 23-24 school year? Because if you did, then obviously the district can afford more than 4%. How many times in the past 10 years has the district applied for an exemption? Ed Code states that 60% should go to teacher salaries. Why doesn't the district just tell us each year how much money there is available to reach the 60% and ask us where we want to apply it, salary or benefits? Why is it a miserable fight each year to get what we deserve? The next question will probably offend and anger you, but I actually am asking this all in all seriousness. Why do you feel that you should continue to represent the families of our district and oversee the running of the Adelanto School District in light of the blatant mismanagement of district funds? Mrs. Lynn and Mrs. Rader have pointed out meeting after meeting the questionable practices in regards to our funding. You did nothing.
Over the years, I've written to you, and I can't be the only one, asking you to look into certain budgetary practices. I even recommended at one point that you don't trust management and school services and to hire an outside auditor that was non-biased to verify facts. As far as I can tell, that wasn't done. In fact, when the district wasn't getting the answers they wanted from our regular auditor, they fired the company and hired someone else. How can you be trusted to oversee our district if you won't listen to your stakeholders? Why do you insist on having poor relationships with employees of our district? We are all here for the long haul, and we need to be able to trust you. There isn't much trust right now. And so that I can be completely transparent with you, as a former bargaining chair, I will be recommending to any ADTA member that I speak to vote no on the current TA due to issues with language. As it stands, the proposed language and class size would negate any caps that have been negotiated in the past. The language needs to be rewritten with language to uphold the class size caps. This is important to both teachers and students, and the LPAC action plan just mentioned class size reduction. Although contract language is the most problematic issue that I find, I'm not convinced that the district can only afford 4% towards salary. I feel like we're being undersold again. Does the 4% take us to the 60% of the budget? Rumor has it that the district will owe upwards of $9 million in penalties and repayments for the misappropriation of funds that has occurred in the past few years. Although I find this appalling, these penalties are a one-time cost and can be paid from our reserve. The 8.22% COLA is an ongoing budget increase. Why don't you seem to understand that, or do you just don't care what the employees of this district are entitled to and deserve? Certificated and classified staff should not pay the price for the incompetence and dishonesty of those residing in the district office. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes tonight's speakers.
Thank you. Section 7, recess to closed session. Trustees, can I get a motion to recess?
Trustee Webster, I motion to recess to closed session.
Trustee Turner, I second.
Ms. LeVey, please call for the vote.
Trustee Soto? Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. The motion's passed. The time is 6:47. To recess to closed session. Nobody told Soto anything. Okay, we'll call this back into order. Z, Ms. LeVey,
Yes.
we'd like to do I need a motion to extend the meeting.
We have to reopen first.
Yes. So the time is 9:21. And I'll go ahead and I'll take roll call. Trustee Turner,
Turner present.
Trustee Soto. Do we have
He's
Soto?
not here because we didn't let him know.
Oh, okay. Trustee Webster.
Webster
Is he here?
present.
He's there?
He's in open session.
Okay. Trustee LaFrench.
Left French present.
Trustee Soto. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Soto. The quorum has been established. It's 9:21. I need a motion to extend the meeting.
Trustee Webster, I motion to extend the meeting till 11 p.m.
Trustee Turner, I second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto. Trustee Webster.
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner.
Turner, aye.
Trustee LaFrench.
Left French, aye. Now I need another motion to go back into closed session.
Trustee Webster, I motion that we return to closed session.
Trustee Turner, I second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto. Trustee Webster.
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner.
Turner, aye.
Trustee LaFrench.
Left French, aye. Motion passed. We're back in the closed session. Thank you.
The time is 9:22.
My apologies, I know it's getting late. Let's reconvene to open session, call to order. Ms. LeVey, will you please take roll?
Yes, Madam President, the time is 9:39 p.m. I'll go ahead and I'll take roll call. Trustee Soto? I'll skip him. Trustee Webster?
Webster present.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French present.
Trustee Turner?
Turner present.
Trustee Soto? A quorum is established.
Thank you. The time, oh, we said the time already, 9:40, 9:39.
Yes, 9:39, sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Reportable action taken during closed session. The board has considered the appointment of an acting superintendent and voted unanimously to appoint Dr. Albert as acting superintendent. The board also took action in closed session to approve and ratify the superintendent's employment agreement. As required by the government code, the board is required to provide a verbal summary of compensation and fringe benefits. Specifically, Dr. Albert's contract provides the following. It is effective May the 28th, 2024, and continuing until terminated or otherwise extended. It provides base compensation in the amount of $231,000 and annual yearly step increase as provided in the superintendent's salary schedule, use of a district vehicle or stipend, and the same health and welfare benefits and retirement contributions. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Madam President, for clarification, I just want to make sure it was a unanimous vote, 4-0.
Yes, it was.
Thank you.
Public testimony. Mrs. LeVey, do we have any speakers for public testimony?
Madam President, we do not. I don't see anyone from ADTA, CSCA, or any audience member.
So because we don't see anyone, then I will not read the blurb this time, even though I enjoyed reading it last time. Moving on to section 11, adoption of the minutes. Trustees, can I get a motion to approve as written and order filled the regular board meeting minutes of June the 11th, 2024?
Trustee Turner, I motion to approve the June 11th, 2024 board minutes.
I second. Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto? Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passes. Section 12, consent agenda. We're taking items 12.02 through 12.62, with the exception of 12.26 was pulled, 12.58 and 12.61. Yes. Does any trustee want to pull an item?
Trustee Webster, I'd like to pull 12.26.
26 was pulled.
It was tabled?
Yes.
Okay. Then I have none to be pulled.
Trustee Turner.
I have none.
Trustee Soto.
Trustee Webster, I move to approve the consent agenda for tonight's board meeting.
I need a second. Thank you, Soto. Ms. LeVey, would you please take the vote?
Trustee Soto? Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion passed. Moving on to section 14, new business. 14.01, trustees, I need a motion to approve the academic services local control and accountability plan.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve the local control and accountability plan for 2024 through 2027.
Trustee Turner, I second.
Ms. LeVey, will you please take the vote?
Madam President, do we have any discussion?
It always happens to me after 9 o'clock.
I have
We're
no.
open for discussion.
I have no comments.
Hearing none, call for the vote, please.
Trustee Soto? Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee La French?
Left French, aye. Motion passed. 14.02, trustees, I need a motion to approve the contract with Mercer Consulting.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve the contract with Macerno Consulting.
Trustee Turner, I second.
We're open for discussion.
I just want to take a moment and say thank you to Dr. Albert for bringing in this consulting company for the board to really reevaluate how we lead and how we communicate with each other. So I think this is going to be a really good step in board relations moving forward.
Ms. Avai, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto? Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee La French?
Left French, aye. Motion passed. Section 14.03, trustees, I need a motion to approve the Human Resource Certificate Executive Management new hire.
Trustee Turner, I motion to approve.
I second. We're open for discussion.
Dr. Albert, would you like to introduce?
We have to vote.
Thank you so much. I'd like to introduce Dr. Terry Walker. And if you'd like to come up just to say a couple of words, and we are very fortunate for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President and trustees. Thank you so much for an opportunity to come before you and for an opportunity to be of service to the school district.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. Welcome aboard.
Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
We're open for discussion right now. Trustee Soto. Trustee Soto, you have the floor. Any other discussions?
Would you like me to take the vote?
Call for the vote, please.
Sure. Trustee Soto? Trustee Soto? Trustee Webster?
Nay.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. The vote drops.
Motion dies.
Motion dies. Okay, moving on to 14.03. Trustees, I need a motion to approve the allocated annual budget for the Board of Trustees for the amount not to exceed $15,000 for each position for travel and conference for a total of $75,000.
Trustee Turner, I motion to approve.
I need a second. Ms. LeVey, please take, we're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto? Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion pass. 14.05. Trustees, I need a motion to approve the allocated annual budget for the acting superintendent and assistant superintendent of business services, assistant superintendent of academic services, and for the assistant superintendent of human resources for the amount not to exceed of $45,000 for each position for travel and conference for a total of $180,000.
Trustee Turner, I motion to approve.
Trustee Webster, I second.
We're open for discussion.
Yes, I would like to ask Dr. Albert to take a moment and speak to this. Looking at the agenda item, it makes it look like a lot for the 180,000. It's my understanding that this is also broken apart across all of them. Could you speak to that a little bit for me, sir?
Absolutely. So this is an annual item, and the item looks, it looks comprehensive because that is encompassing of all of our cabinet and a full cabinet in anticipation of a full cabinet. So these amounts are in alignment in regards to what we have historically spent in regards to year for our cabinet. As a broken down when we look at that individual, so it's lumped together. So these are to ensure that we're able to stay current with best practices and that we're moving forward and being able to bring essential information back to our district to ensure that we're in compliance. For example, Ms. Gonzalez just attended a workshop in regards to being able to monitor our charters and being able to then utilize that to guide our processes. Without being able to go to conferences like this, we're not able to have this information to be able to lead the district.
Okay, but in conferencing, it pretty much dictates 45,000 to each employee for the not to exceed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No further discussion. Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto? Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee La French?
Left French, aye. Motion pass. 14.06. Trustees, I need a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2024-25 budget.
Trustee Webster, I motion to adopt the fiscal year 24-25 budget.
Trustee Turner, I second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto? Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
And Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed. Section 14.07, trustees, I need a motion to approve the agreement of collection of special taxes and adoption of resolution number 23.24.39, 23.24.40, 23.24.41, 23.24.42, and 23.24.43 to authorize and provide for the levying of special taxes within the Adelanto School District.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve the agreement for collection of special taxes and adoption of resolution number 232439, number 232440, number 232441, number 232442, and 232443 to authorize and provide the levying of special taxes within the Adelanto Elementary School District.
Trustee Turner, I second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed. 14.08, trustees, I need a motion to approve and adopt resolution number 23.24.38 to renew the associate membership agreement with the Education Technology Joint Powers Authority.
Webster, I motion to approve the adoption of Resolution 232438 to renew the associate membership agreement with the Education Technology Joint Powers Authority.
Trustee Turner, I second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed. 14.09. Trustees, I need a motion to approve resolution number 23.24.37 for certificated school risk management workers' compensation coverage.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve the resolution number 232437 for certificated school risk management workers' compensation coverage.
Trustee Turner, I second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed. 14.10. Trustees, I need a motion to approve the 2024 AESD Workplace Violence Prevention Plan.
Trustee Turner, I motion to approve.
Trustee Webster, I second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, I.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed. 15, Section 15, Governing Board Members' Reports and Announcements. Would any board member like to make a report or have any announcements?
Trustee Turner, I'll postpone my announcements until our next board meeting since we're past 9:30.
Trustee Soto?
I would too, but I'd like to make a quick point of order. I just want to make sure that everything that I have said is on record. I'm being told that on YouTube, my audio was not being recorded. I noticed that there was a shift in the Zoom that I started being recorded after, so I want to make sure that everything that I did say regarding the vote, my comments, is on record now that I know that I am being recorded. But I want to make sure that that was on record, and if not, how we can address that issue. I'd be happy to again repeat what I had said earlier in the comments. My concern is I want to make sure that the comments are on the record.
We did not, or we did?
We did.
Okay, Trustee Soto, it appears that we did have audio issues. Would you like to repeat?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome.
So there was a vote earlier, and I did not vote in support of it because I did say that I wanted to emphasize the importance of transparency, which is a value that I hold to highest regard. I don't want to say what I said word by word because I have, well, actually, no, I will say word by word. I think the public deserves this. In this instance, I feel that there was a lapse in the communication process as I was not adequately informed about this candidate ahead of time. Transparency is crucial in all our actions, especially when it comes to decisions that significantly impact our school community. While I understand that this is not a traditional hiring process due to the interim nature of the position, I believe we can and should improve our transparency. Ensuring that all board members are fully informed and involved in the decision-making process is essential for maintaining trust and integrity within our board and within the public we serve. I also want to take a moment to appreciate our acting superintendent for answering my questions a couple hours before our meeting. It was very helpful. However, due to these concerns I mentioned, I did not feel comfortable supporting the candidate at this time. And my decision was not a reflection of the candidate's ability or qualifications, but rather a call for a more transparent and inclusive process in future appointments. So I just want to thank the public and everybody listening for their understanding, and I hope that we can work together to enhance our procedures moving forward. And that's all I have to say for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Webster?
I'll make my comments brief. I do want to take a stance and concur with my fellow board member, Trustee Soto. The only way we make this work is if all of us are included, all of us are given equal opportunity and notified of decisions and actions. So, you know, unfortunately, due to the lack of communication, I have to side with my fellow trustee. And I hope moving forward, we as a board do take a stand and make sure everyone is included with fair equity and consideration. So that's where I'll leave mine tonight. Thank you.
Okay. I'll keep this short. I had the opportunity today to go and visit I had written something out, but I'm just going to freestyle it as usual. I had the opportunity to go and see the beautiful pool that we have, and I was very excited for our pool, for our children, and for our communities of Adelanto to have a place for our children to be able to go and to swim during the summer and possibly get what do you call it? We learn how to swim, swimming lessons, I'm trying to say. When it gets late, I get up early in the morning to go to work and hit that pass at about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, so I get tired after 9. But I said that to say that it was very hot out there today, you know, cutting the ribbon, things like that. As a former parent from this district, that I have waited a lot of years for this pool to open up. I remember when I first moved up here, I was wondering why we didn't have a YMCA up here or a Boys and Girls Club. And I was like, where is it for our children to do here in Adelanto? And I remember that we got a skate park, and it was like, well, not everybody skates, but then it's like, oh, they have a pool, but you know, the pool wasn't open. So to see the pool in its state today, I was so excited to be able to tell my parents over at Head Start that, hey, the pool is opening. And they were like, what pool? What are you talking about? I was like, Adelanto has a pool. It was, you know, out of commission for a while, right? And then to be able to have it, that I'm excited because like today, it's a 3 digits, right? It's 103 or something outside. And to be able to have children to be able to go and to swim, or me just sit in there and put your feet in there or something, you know, it's going to be exciting and a game changer for our small community. So I just want to say how excited I am about the pool, and I'll leave my comments at that. Okay. Section 16, adjournment. Trustees, I need a motion to adjourn.
Webster, I motion to adjourn.
Turner, I second.
I'll take the
Any
vote.
discussion?
I'll take the vote. Trustee Soto?
Thank you.
So do I.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye. Motion pass. Everyone have a good rest of your night. Safe travels. Thank you for coming, for all of our, I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
The time is 10:07.
Thank you.